Okay, we are live. We are live. All right, let me get back here. All right, so we are live. There is a chat box on the right hand of your screen. You're all very familiar with this, so you can chat and share ideas among yourselves. Or, if you're on mute and you want to type a question for me, I will be periodically checking the chat as I'm going through the content for today, and then I'll address them. If you do find you are in a noisy area, kindly mute your microphone so that we have a good experience here. And, of course, if I hear any loud background noise, I may have to mute a noisy line. So just be aware that if you're speaking and we don't seem to hear you, you've probably been muted. So, signal me some way, or, if you can unmute in your end, go ahead and do that.
We'll see your little faces like pounding at the screen.
Yeah. Do some sort of signal, like, let me in, whatever. Give me some sort of sign that things are not all well on your end. Yeah, we're going to have fun today, and this retreat, it's not a heavy teaching event. It's more, I'm going to go through the documents that I shared with you, give some explanation about them, answer a few questions if you have questions around them, and then you're going to go offline. I'm going to keep the broadcast running just so I don't always have to restart and get a new live link. So I'll keep the broadcast running, and say you might get a break for 30 minutes to do some work, develop your business plan a little bit more, and then we'll come back at an appointed time and we'll go into the next piece of the planning process. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. This retreat today is scheduled to take place from 9 o'clock a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. And right now it might seem like, wow, that's a long time, but I can guarantee you it's going to go pretty fast. I've done these virtual business planning retreats before, and it's amazing how fast they seem to tick by once you're on the clock and actually doing the work. So we'll go from 9 until about 1 o'clock. This is your opportunity to personally ask me questions you have around the business planning process, whether it's the documents that we're covering today, or it's some other question that comes into your mind, or something else that you need. Please ask the question. Creating a business plan does take commitment to get the work done, and really do work on trying to get some of the work done today while you're on the calls today. How the session will flow is, throughout the day, is there will be short explanation on a topic or topics, and what I've done is I've broken down this process into 4 sections, and we'll talk on it, and then you'll go offline and do the work. I imagine each session will take about 60 minutes, more or less. So we're already, it's 9:11, so this first session we'll talk for a couple more minutes, we'll review the handouts, and then you can go off and you can continue the work, which is really the pre-retreat work that I gave you. So if you have any questions about any of that work, now would be a good time to ask them. Let me see here. Did I want to say this? I'll save this for a little bit later. So let's get into the content. Let me get down here and get my document up for for you. Share it. Welcome, Linda. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. All right. Can you see my document?
Yes.
Awesome. Just want to make sure of that. Okay. Let me pull mine up so I can see it. All right. This is one of the documents that I did upload to the I'm going to make it as big as I can so that you can see it. I know you probably can't see the whole page, but that's okay because I'll just scroll down. I want to make sure that you can see everything that I have on here. So this is one of the documents that I uploaded to the planning resources for the business planning virtual retreat today. And you can see that I have broken it down into different calls. Call 1 today, we will be covering step 1, which is the celebration review, the organize, and step 2, and step 3, know the numbers. How many of you got hung up on the numbers?
Yeah.
Patty, I know you didn't.
No.
No.
Like numbers.
She's the numbers queen. Hey, did you guys know she's my sister?
No.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, she is.
It's awesome.
We're a lot alike, aren't we, Patty?
Very much, yes. Except I'm less focused and organized than you, so that's why I need your help.
But she's great at what she does. Yeah, so Patty's very comfortable with the numbers. She's a real numbers gal and much smarter than I am, I think. So the numbers is where a lot of people get hung up. They really do. And yet it's really, really important to know your numbers because that's how we measure progress. That's how there's an old saying in the business management world that you can't manage what you don't measure. So if we're not measuring, then we can't manage our business operations. So really important. So that is call 1. Call 2, we're going to get into step 4, which is clarify your vision, and step 5, close the gap. So that is where are we today and where do we want to go? In a traditional strategic planning activity, there's those 3 questions that we ask ourselves. Where are we? Where do we want to go? How do we get there? And that is what we are working on today. And the first step up here, this is where are you? Call 1 is where are you right now? Call 2 is where do you want to go? And then calls 3 and 4 is how will we get there? So we are covering all those different questions in the business planning process. Call 3, we will go over step 6, time and your hourly rate to meet your financial goals. I did upload that spreadsheet to the Files tab in the group resources. Step 7, the revenue model. Both those things are going to be homework. You're going to want to work a little bit deeper on those. And that is, again, more numbers and playing with what your offers will be and how much revenue it will create, how many of each you want to sell. We're doing more today, a big picture planning process, which you can see in step 8. I've actually, identified it as that, the 12-month big picture planning calendar. This is where, and this is how we do planning. We think big, we think in big terms, and then we drill down into the details. Call 4, I have to move back up here. Call 4 is where we get into our marketing. So I will ask you for your January offer or your January plans to come up with some sort of promotional plan, even if it's rudimentary. So know that we're going to go through the business planning process today, but there will be work to do after today. You will not get your entire business plan, or it's most likely you will not get it completely 100% complete today, but you will have a good idea of the direction that you're heading and what you need to do to get from where you are today, the current state of your business, to where you want to be in the future. Step 10 is a budget. That's something you can create offline. Okay? And step 11 is just integrate business planning into your daily activities. So your business plan, again, is something that you want to be looking at really every day. Every day, if not every week in your business. All right. Let me go back to your screen and just find out. Anybody have any questions so far?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Okay, so you're all good. All right. Let's get into the first documents. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to move. Hope none of you are getting dizzy here. Just want to explain this page here, which is page 2 of the handouts. Once you go through all of your business planning activities, what you can do is put your business plan on this page and the next page. So really what it is it's something that once you have your plan created, you can hang up next to your workstation, and your business plan, as far as the overall big plan, is at your fingertips. So it's not something that you will get lost in your hard drive, or I'm looking at stacks of papers that I have in a certain part of my office. It's not something that will end up there. It's going to be something that I can post next to my workstation to help me stay focused. And that's the big thing, to stay focused. So you can see that in this document we have the 1-year goals, and I have a number of uh, what I think are the minimum numbers that you need to be tracking in your business, which is revenues, profit, gross margin, number of clients, and any other number that you feel is important that you want to track in your business. And there are many types of numbers that could be there. So you will want to think about what those might be. As we're going through the business planning process, and that will be the next call, this is where you will determine your major initiatives for the year and your timing for these major initiatives. So that is where you get into your visioning. We're here, this is what my business looks like right now, this is what I want it to look like at the end of the year. This might be, and in that process you're thinking about what you're happy with, maybe what you're not so happy with, and you're determining what those gaps are between the current state and the desired future state 12 months from now. So we are working on a 1-year plan, a 12-month plan. So for example, maybe my list size, I'm an entrepreneur and my list size is a certain size. And you know what? I'm not happy with that list size. I would like to grow that list. So I would note that when I'm going through the exercise, that my list size is X. I'd like it to be X people, say 1,000 people. So that's a gap. So one of my initiatives might be, what are those things that I'm going to do throughout the year to grow my list? Or I need to add more products or services to my sales funnel. I know I have a gap in the middle tier of the sales funnel. I don't have those mid-priced products. What am I going to do? I want to create new products, so that could be another initiative. So those are examples. Okay? And I'm just going over this just to explain this document to you. And then this is where you start to time them out. So you might have 4 initiatives. In January and February, you might be working on Initiative 1. March and April, you might be working on Initiative 2. May, June, Initiative 3. July, August, you might take some downtime. And then, September, October, November, December is Initiative 4 and vacation. So that's what that is for. And then we get into marketing, what has worked, lean deeper, do more of those activities, and your big picture calendar. This is where you will note your vacation, promotions that you have going on throughout the year, events that you want to attend, whether or lead yourself. Maybe you have a workshop that you're planning, or maybe you have a business conference or some sort of educational conference that you're planning on going to. You would note that here. So this is a big planning calendar. All right. So those 2 documents, I just wanted to share them with you. Once you get through your business plan, you're going to be inputting everything into those documents. So, okay, let's get into the first part of the planning process, which is where are we? Where are we now? Because we can't plan our future until we know where we're going and what those gaps are from between where we are now and where we want to get to. So the first step is taking a look at where are we now. So you'll want to make note of your successes and wins this year. And this is important because so often, and I have a couple private clients where they are just so focused on what they have not accomplished yet. And they're doing great, they're growing in parts of their business, their skills are growing, their businesses are growing, they're getting clients, albeit sometimes it's a little bit slower than they like, and they're always focused on what has not happened yet. Really, really important to make note of your successes and wins so that you acknowledge them and you can see how far you may have come over the last 12 months. Another thing is this second question here, what did you do in your business that worked really well this year? and why did it work? And the reason that you want to answer this question is because you want to keep doing this. If it's working, you want to keep doing it, and perhaps you even want to do more of it. You want to go deeper with what is working. All this business development stuff, it's, there are a lot of moving pieces. There are a lot of pieces to the puzzle. There is no doubt about that. And you will never hear me say that building a business, at least a successful, thriving business that's more than a hobby, that building a business is easy. It isn't. And that's why we need to simplify and really focus on what is working, because overcomplicating does not make things work better. That's what I have found personally, not only in my previous career where Patty and I worked in a family business together. In fact, we often talk, and Patty, maybe you can chime in here about how we're amazed at what we all accomplished. Sometimes we don't know how we did it. Do you agree, Patty? Are you there, Patty?
Yeah, sorry, I muted myself. Yes, I definitely agree. And when you look back at how complex that business was, it was like, no wonder we were all kind of crazy. But
yeah,
it was a lot to manage. And our dad, who really didn't have any, formal business training, as I look back, it was amazing at how well he ran a business. And that really was a good start for us. But yeah, it was a lot to manage, and it was a good business, and it was a great experience.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Thanks for sharing that. I'm still amazed when I think back at what he did, and what he did was he continually learned. He was still taking college courses. He would take accounting classes because he was an engineer. So he had his degree in engineering, mechanical engineering. But he studied his whole life. Our father, always had a business book in his hand. He always had a book in his hand that he was reading and he was studying, and he would take notes of things that interested him, and then he would apply them in the business. In his 50s, he was still taking classes at college that he would go, and whether it be critical problem solving, whatever it was. And he would always share that with the workforce. And we had a library in the business that he would make books available that employees would check out, and we had a very engaged workforce. The employees would go into the library, and it was just a couple bookcases, and they would check books out and they would read them. So I remember one year back in the early 90s, we were working on the Goal book, which was all about identifying bottlenecks in the business and things like that. And then we got into the Kanban and the just-in-time manufacturing and SPC, statistical process control, and the people were checking these books out and reading them, or looking at video VHS tapes that we had. So we had quite an amazing workforce when I think back to that. So, just getting back to question 2, what did you do in your business that worked really well this year? Why did it work? Go deeper. There may not necessarily be a reason to, make things any more complex. Sure, you might want to add some things to your business, but it doesn't have to be a million different things to be successful. Question 3, what did you learn this year? And this could be, those learnings, those things like, wow, I tried this and that worked really well. I need to do more of that. Or I tried this and it didn't work quite as well as I'd hoped, and perhaps something needs to be changed in that area of the business. And this section, question 3, will be different for every one of you. It will be so very different. So what did you learn this year? And take a look at those learnings and see if you can apply them for 2016. Question 4, what did you let go of? What did you stop doing or plan to stop doing next year? And this is, looking at those things again that, maybe we're trying to do too much. Maybe we are, maybe we have a behavior, and I'm not pointing to anyone here, but a behavior of procrastination. and maybe we want to stop doing that next year. So think about these things. Question 5, what did you embrace or do this year that took courage to do? So this is one of those questions, again, that is to acknowledge your personal growth, which will help you grow your business. So it really does translate to personal and professional growth. And what didn't work so well, and what is your best guess as to why? So it's acknowledging success, it's celebrating success. That's what this is, an opportunity to do so. It's also to think about what worked really well in your business and what didn't work well, and what you're going to stop doing or what you have plans to change next year, which is all in the spirit of personal and professional development and growth. Any questions on these questions or comments? I'm looking for your thoughts and comments about this stuff. Is this helpful? Is this,
Anita?
yeah?
Phyllis, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Phyllis.
I had to feed Kat and get coffee, so it's kind of early here. I love the best question I like is the one that you said about the behavior and procrastination, because I tend to do that. You know, it's I love deadlines. But what I have found is with behaviors, just like addictions, you've got to replace it with something else positive. And that with all the different researches I've read, it takes about 40 days for that just to really stick. And I didn't know if that rings true for your experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, building any good habits, it does, I usually try, if I'm trying something and I'm not that good at it all the time, but I have done this where I'm thinking 30 days. I'll try something for 30 days and be very consistent about doing it every day, and then it seems to work better for me and I get into the groove and the flow of doing it. 40 days sounds like, that's probably a more statistical number, for the general public out there. But yeah, I think if we want to change a behavior in our business, we need to come up with a plan about how to do that and then actively do it over a period, like you said, very consistently every day. So can you give an example of like a behavior that you changed, Phyllis, that
Well, recently it's my big health kick, and doing the big calendar, keeping track of the dates and the weight loss, and just doing it one step at a time. Like first it was getting rid of added sugars for I figure I can do that for at least 10 or 20 days. And then the next 10 or 20 days it was alcohol, and the next 10 or 20 days it was foods that are white, not excluding eggs or yogurt, but it just kind of worked for me, and I created a game out of it, so that helped.
Yeah, it's anything to make it fun.
Yep.
Really helps. Really does. Thank you, Phyllis.
You're welcome.
Okay, let me get back to sharing the document here. All right, so that was step 1. Step 2 is organizing, and you've all seen this before. It's just getting things together to help you plan the new year, your vacation dates, any spouse, partner special dates if they're going somewhere, conferences that you plan on going, to, or even workshops that you plan to lead and you'll be out of town or you'll be busy doing that. So think about what those things are, and some of you, I think most of you have already done some of this, so I'm just going to skip right here, okay? Step 3 is know your numbers. Numbers and the financial results we create define success in business, and that is so true. So this is all part of knowing where you are, the current state of your business, so that you can better envision where you want to go. The numbers that I have highlighted in yellow are the ones that you'll recall I had on the 2-page business planning document, which is at the beginning of this document here, where you're going to put all your entire business plan. These are the minimum numbers that I would like you to know in your business. The total revenues, what were your total revenues for the last 12 months? And we're looking at 2015, so I would even if you don't have all the numbers in yet, you can definitely make a good, very good guesstimate about what that number will be. What is your gross margin, which is your revenues minus cost of goods sold? Cost of goods sold is all those variable costs involved in generating revenue. So it would be things like if you have workshop attendees, it would be the meals, it would be any materials that you needed to lead that workshop. It's any expense that you have that is a result of making a sale. So the total revenues is sales minus cost of goods sold, which equals gross margin. So yes, we are getting into some accounting here. Accounting is the language of business. So I'm always a huge proponent. I know some of you have some accounting experience, and I'm not sure all who does, but I know Patty does. I know Phyllis does. I'm not sure who else has some accounting experience, but this was always one of those things when I was at the SBDC at the Small Business Development Center, and over the years there, I ran into counseled, taught over 8,000 entrepreneurs and would-be business owners. And one of the things I always recommended when I would see a new entrepreneur is I would say, take an Accounting 101 class or get a book, Accounting and Finance for Non-Financial Managers. This is definitely something that you want to embrace in your business, is the accounting. So the total revenues, the gross margin, you definitely want to know I should actually have number 3 highlighted as well. I'm going to add that one. You really need to know your total expenses and costs, because that's cash out, your profit before tax, and your total number of clients. Definitely want to know that, because for some of you, you do have ideas about how many clients you want to serve. And it always comes down to number of clients. Our sales always comes down to how many clients are we serving at any one time. And then all these other numbers are really, really useful. So when I look at the total number of purchases and the average sale per client, how long do clients stay with you, the lifetime value of the client, this all helps with business planning as well, and may be numbers that you're really not familiar looking at or paying attention to. And if you are getting short of breath, thinking about these numbers right now, it's okay, just let it go. You don't have to worry about it right now. But this would be something to think about paying attention to in the coming months, or even doing some private work with me where we can figure this out, because then you can really nail it better, how many clients you need to make to generate the revenues, the profits, and the income that you want to earn in your business. All these numbers here are really, really important. So I'm going to put it out to you, the group now. Do you have a question about any of these numbers and what they mean or why they're important? Or any other comments that you have? Any of them jump out at you as like, wow, what's that? Or yes, that's a great number. And give me your ideas about your thoughts about why that's so.
Benita, can you talk about the correlation between kind of figuring out, your gross margin, number of clients, and then how to help figure out how many more clients you'll need to get to the numbers that you're looking for, along with kind of, you can kind of forward guesstimate expenses.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Christine. That's a great question. If I understand what you're asking is you want to know how many clients you need, and I'm going to approach it first with the gross revenue or the total revenues number. So if you look at number 7, criteria number 7, the average sale per client, you definitely want to know that.
Mm-hmm.
So you would, a real easy way to do it is just take a look at your total revenues, which is number 1, and then divide it by number 5, which is the total number of clients. And then that will give you an idea of what your average sale per client is. And how that can help you in future planning. Say if you have a revenue goal of, and I'm just going to put it out there, just a number, of $50,000, and your average sale per client is this 66, 67. Let me get my calculator here. I'm just using that as a number. Of course, it's solar, so, and I have no sun today. 50,000 divided by 6667. That would tell me that I need 7.5 or 8 clients. So it helps you set your goals.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and the gross margin, of course, you have some variable and you have some fixed expenses in your business. I have some other formulas and worksheets that you could use to really work backwards from an income goal, say. Like, say you want to earn $50,000 income after expenses, it'll tell you how many clients you need. Another way to do this, though, of course, is to do a budget. If you do a budget, and I share resources later about where you can go to create a budget. So a couple places. If you have accounting software, you can create a budget there, or you could simply do it through Excel, or you could use the Small Business Administration SCORE budget planning worksheets that I'll talk just a little bit to later in the program.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, because we have to consider everything, and you know that's a great question. I just want to talk about this for a couple minutes. Is you hear so much in the online coaching world about income, 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 yet there's very little attention paid to expenses and profits and revenues that need to be generated. We have revenues and we have a business, so there's always going to be expenses in operating a business. So depending on what the revenues are minus our expenses, that will equal our income, right? Mm-hmm. But we really do need to pay attention to all the expenses. And the best tool for figuring all this out, okay, what's the bottom line, what's my income going to be, is through doing some sort of a budget activity and forecast. Any other questions about the numbers here? Anybody feel any anxiety about the numbers?
Benita, this is Phyllis.
Hey, Phyllis.
I posted in the chat, and I, excuse me.
Let me check. Okay.
Sure, if you were going to go over this.
Uh-huh.
I just threw up an example. You know, I typically make 6 figures a year.
Uh-huh.
And that's, you know, like touching it then minus expenses, so I'm only keeping 35%. And so my carrot is to keep the full 6 figures. And I was wondering what type of formula should I use to know, okay, this is basically where the income needs to come in. And I said I want to keep 1K. I didn't mean that.
You meant 100K, right?
Yes. Backwards.
Yeah, I do have a formula for that, and really, let me see if I can find it. I think it's in my strategy documents. So let me go there, my personal business planning folder. Let me see if I can give you the absolute correct formula here. Yeah, what I do is again I back into it. So
yeah, that's what I've been playing with, and the variables, the I keep
this is how I figured out. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to share this. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing the current document, and I'm going to pull up this other document. Show it to you. Okay, share. Here we go. Can you see something?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
I'm moving it over. Okay. So this is how I figure it out. It's up here.
Okay.
Let me, something doesn't look right here. I think making it bigger made it. Okay. Okay, step one, this is what I do. So A is your 12-month income goal, what you want to earn after business expenses. So in this example, it was $120,000. But I'm going to put your number in here, okay?
Okay.
100,000. And then what you figure out is how many weeks vacation do you want a year, time off. So how many weeks vacation do you want a year, Phyllis?
Let's do 4 because that's
4.
pretty reasonable for me.
Okay, so that means you have 48 work weeks available. The number of hours per week of client delivery. How many hours per week do you invest or spend doing client work that you're billing for?
Per week, that is right around 30, 32, 30, 32.
I'm going to put 31.
Okay.
And you said that you keep about, so is to run your business or the expenses about 75% of sales?
That's where they had been. So that's where I have to adjust when I hire somebody to help me with certain projects.
Okay. So the total expenses to run your business are 65. So right here, that's the magic number. You need to generate 165,000 in revenues if everything stays the same.
Okay.
And your average hourly rate needs to be $111 per hour.
Okay, yeah, so that's, I'm not too far off from that.
Uh-huh. But that's how I figure it out, and this is pretty typical of you know, usually this is the type of work I do when I'm working with someone one-on-one and they're trying to figure out their rates. This is what we do.
Okay, are you going to share a spreadsheet with us?
I can. Would
Well,
anyone else like?
I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I will share it. Sue, would this be helpful for you? Joellen? Anyone else?
Sure.
Okay, me too. Got it. All right, let me write that down so I don't forget. Okay, so that would be the fee, I'll say revenue and fee spreadsheet. I know which one it is.
Price your program is what your tab said.
Okay, price your program. Okay, thanks, Phyllis.
Sorry.
She has my back.
That was very helpful for my backward thinking, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just want to show you another part of this before we sign off and complete the activities and the exercises. I also have a step to test client ROI and value. So I'm not going to go over this, but this is something you can look at later where you can play with the fees to see if it has adequate ROI, return on investment, for your clients. So in other words, is there high value? Are they getting more out of it than what they're investing in the program over the long term?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Well, let me
Thank you so much.
yeah, get back here. And Sue, you look a little perplexed. I'm checking in with you.
No, I was just trying to crunch some numbers on the calculator on my
Okay.
laptop.
All right.
It's okay.
Love the numbers. Okay. So step 1, step 2, and step 3, know your numbers. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, good. What I'd like you to do now is to, let's see, it's 9:47. So take about 30 minutes. Do you think 30 minutes is enough time for you to go over step 1, 2, and 3 to fill in any blanks that you might have and maybe get it a little bit more complete than you had it before? Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds like more than enough.
Okay. All right. So what time would that be here? It's 9:47 now, so it would be 57:07:17. How about if at 10:20 we all meet back here?
Okay, sounds good.
And then we get into the next steps of the business planning process.
Okay, great. Thank you.
10:20. I'll put a sign up.
Okay. So do we just leave our screen on?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
I would. I mean, well, I'm not sure what to say about that. I think you can join back into the conference because you have the live link.
Mhm.
So you could probably turn it off and come back on. I'm going to keep mine on and mute it
Okay.
just so I don't, because I think once I stop the broadcast, then it's over and then I have to give a whole new link. So I'm going to keep mine live. I don't think you need to, but be sure to log in on, the link that you logged in before or the
Okay.
live link that I sent you. Okay?
Thank you.
Done. Jenny's done. Your parents I talked to, so there's not a lot to pass it on to because some of those things Eileen took,
like the Afghan thing. We need
Oh. Oh, Christine, Tom. Oh, you know what? I thought you were talking to me because it says Thom, and my husband's name is Tom, and I thought you could hear us. That's so fun. I'm like telling him, she can hear us. I gotta get muted. That's so funny. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're unmuted. Okay.
Okay. So, all right, you're going to leave me unmuted, or can I mute myself? Okay. All right.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Most of you are muted, so if you want to talk, I think you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? This
I
is
can
Chris
hear
Suva.
you.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry. I was having technical difficulties, but it's nice to see all of you.
Welcome, Christine. Christine Suba. We have two Christines on the call today. I'm glad you got it working, Christine.
Me too.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So we'll give people a minute or two to pack or hop back on, not pack, hop. I need another cup of coffee.
I'm back. I just want to mute myself because I'm going to do a couple things until everyone gets back.
Okay, thanks, Patty. All right, Sue, welcome back, Sue.
Hi.
Linda, she's muted. Joe Ellen's muted. Christine Tom is muted. Excuse me. You know, what I'd like to do is just get some of your ideas about how that exercise was for you. Steps 1 through 3. Anybody can chime in.
Well, this is Chris Uva, and answering the main questions and kind of going back over the last year, it did help to kind of recognize what went really well in the areas that I had grown in. For me, I've had the best year I've had so far, but I'm still looking for that consistency. And so it was really helpful for me to kind of go back over that.
And what did you discover? Any good things when you were reviewing your numbers?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had the best year I've ever had. I mean, May, I made more than I made all of last year in that month, but then it got slower again. And what I realized is I need those systems in place so that it stays consistent, so that when I get busy, there are other things still going. So I need that sales funnel working.
Yeah, so that would be the marketing work, the sales funnel work, marketing, filling the sales pipeline, and then all the sales follow-up activities, and you know that result in converting prospects into clients.
Exactly.
Leads into prospects into clients.
Yes, I did a lot of free sessions this year and a lot of speaking this year. But I had some of my numbers, but I'm still working on getting the rest of them.
Okay. And that's some of the work that you can do after today. Today we're going to, do the big picture. Think of it as a broad brush stroke to get your business plan, your 2016 business plan completed. There will be some work to do after today to refine it and get it ready for 2016. And every time you go through this process, it will get easier, and it will get so much easier that it won't be something that is looked upon and dreaded. It's hey, Christine, your picture showed up there.
Oh, it did?
It did, and then it went away. Now it's back.
Oh, all right. I can leave it on. Okay. Sorry, this is like my second Google Hangout ever, so I apologize.
Hey, we all understand, and some of the people who have been with me throughout my journey with this virtual business salon and the whole Google Hangout thing, I've had my share of technical difficulties, that's for sure.
Well, thank you. I'll save myself
It's in my computer, so I didn't realize it was so persnickety. All right, so I think what we'll do now is we'll get right back into the content if that is okay with everyone. Business planning documents. I think this is the one I want. Let me see here. Yep, this is the one. Can you see my document?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So let me just, don't get dizzy. All right. So you worked on call 1. You did really the current state of your business. Where are we now? Call 2, which is our call now, is steps 4 and 5, which is where do you want to go? Where are we now? Where do we want to go? So here we go. We're going to this page. Where do we want to go? Step 4 is all about clarifying the desired future state of your business. And I'm just pretty much going to go over these handouts, and then we're going to take some time off so that you can complete the exercises. Really what this is all about is, you know, we are human, we are creatures of habit, and what we will do is we will keep doing the same thing and repeating what we did last year. We'll repeat that in the new year, and what will happen is we will pretty much get the same results that we got the year before. So we really need to consciously think about what is it that we want and what do we need to do differently in our business to move it forward toward that ideal future state which we desire. I have a note here that there are many different types of business models. There's many ways that you can structure your business to generate revenue, and the right business model is one that supports who you are and what you desire. So if you're a homebody or you hate to travel, then don't choose a career or don't think you need to do a lot in your business that's going to make you travel, or if you really, really hate public speaking, of course, speaking is a great way to grow your business, but maybe you can find another way of getting your voice heard and getting out there, and there's plenty of online platforms in which you can do that. So really choose the path that you're going to enjoy walking every day in your business. Now, what you want to do is from where you are today and where you want to go, you want to bridge that gap. There's a gap between today where you are and where you want to be in the future. Questions that you want to ask yourself, are you doing things that will actually get you there or not? And if not, what do you need to change in your business? And those things that you need to change could be a number of different things that you're changing. It could be the activities that you're doing. It could be the offers that you are putting out there, you know, in the world for people to buy. It could be getting help in your business. Okay. All right, so I hear a little bit of noise, and I'm not sure who it is. So if you find that you're typing or doing something or shuffling papers, please, you might want to mute yourself just because we can hear it. And I hate to do that, but you can always unmute yourself and get back on. So what are the current and the desired ideal future states of your business? The first step you want to do is to assess the current state. You've already done that. And you want to go through an activity to help you get this on paper. So I'm going to go right here. What I have suggested to some of my clients is to actually record this where you're talking into your smartphone and you're recording the current state of your business. You can also write this down, so it doesn't have to be recorded, but if you do want to record it, if that's easier for you, you can record it, then you can listen to it and transcribe it, whatever you want to do. But here's the activity. What is the current state of your business? Really, really important. In a factual, unemotional, and non-judgmental way, record or write down how your business is. Do a brain dump, ramble. Just get it out of your head. Don't worry about grammar. And these are the questions that I recommend that you think about. You want to think about your business over the last 12 months. So you can see now why the dollars or the numbers activity that you did is so important, because you're going to be taking a look at, okay, what were my revenues last year? How profitable or unprofitable was my business? What's my email list size or contact database, or how many social media followers do I have? Did I send enough emails to people on my list? How many people do I want to serve? I have 10 clients now. I want to double that, so I want 20 clients. So you're thinking about all these things when you're filling that gap. So this is all current stuff where you're stating facts. Then what you want to do is you want to think about the ideal future state of your business. So using the same question above, you can record in your own voice or write down your desired future for the next 12 months. And I have some additional questions noted here that you may want to consider. What do you dream about being in your business? Do you dream about writing a book, or being a well-known speaker, or applying for some awards and winning those awards, which will provide you credibility? Do you want to be an industry leader? Like Patty, I know she has a goal of being the leading roofing contractor in the Sarasota or the Manatee County area. That's her goal. She wants to be the most desirable roofer. When people think of roofing, they think of Kirky Roofing. Why are you doing what you do? Do you have a deep desire to serve? Do you want to make the world a better place? What does that look like? Do you want more free time? I know some of you, that's important. You're working a lot in your business and you want more free time. Do you want to travel? So think about those things that you like, and really how you do it and how you get it done is really up to you. If you think recording it will work for you for this activity, or if writing down will work for you better, do whatever works for you to get this activity done. And again, getting it done, getting something done today is better than having it perfect. Okay? Just get something done. So here's an example of what this might look like. And if you have these handouts, so you've probably already read this. The current state: love having a business, enjoy having freedom, feel more peaceful about business. Moving forward, open rate for emails is good, have about 1,500 people on email and social media list. Want more, I know many potential JV partners, have not reached out, grew business with low-hanging fruit. So very non-judgmental way of stating the current state of my business in this example. In the future state, the ideal future state, this is what it looks like. Have a core line of products, more evergreen programs. Website has an online learning library portal where people can download training programs. There's 3,000 people on my list. Have 12 JV partners and have 6 live events scheduled. So you can see that there is a gap between the current state and the future state of the business. And then what I did was, or what you will do, is you will look at both of these states, the current state and the ideal future state, and then you will take a look and figure out what actions you need to take to close the gap. So in this example, the actions that were written down was streamline offerings, offer less, because up here, where did I say it? Somewhere it was said that there were a lot of programs right up here. Many products created, some never sold well, some never offered. So what's the action here? Down here it's streamline offerings, offer less. Create an evergreen coaching program. Create a social media plan. network more, book speaking engagements, refresh brand, update website and SEO. So these are examples of actions to close the gap between where someone is and where they want to be. So this is an activity that you want to do in our next break. Then what you want to do is you want to identify 3 to 5 major initiatives to close the gap. I would suggest for today that you just focus on 3. Identify 3 initiatives. Well, you can identify more. Okay, you can identify 3 to 5, but what you will be working on today is fleshing out only up to 3, even if it's 1. It's what you get done in our time together today. So in the example here, the initiatives, you will see up here that let me see here, let me pick the refresh brand one. You can see I have it noted down here to take place in quarter 3. Marketing and promotion, get out there more, lead live events, attend more networking events. That was one of the initiatives up here. See? Right here. Plan where to network, book speaking engagements. I made that priority number 1. So that's why it was addressed in quarter 1, right here. So what you want to do is you want to identify what these initiatives are, and then you want to prioritize them. You want to prioritize them and decide when you will implement them. Okay. See if there's anything else. That's it for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back on because I also have a prioritization tool that I use that I have not shared with you yet. And I can show it to you now if it's an area where you think you will have some difficulty. So I'm going to stop sharing this for now. All right. Anybody have any questions about the next activities that you will be doing in this business planning retreat?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. All right. So does this sound like fun? Okay. The beauty of our time together today is that you will get some of the work done in, again, completing that draft of your business plan. You have set aside time to do your business planning activity and get some of it done, get it started. And that is a huge hurdle to overcome, is just getting started. So what I would like to do now, does anyone want to see, maybe I'll wait for this. Just thinking about this. I'm going to wait to show you the prioritization tool unless it's something you think you need right now. But I prefer to wait because I don't want to give you too much. When we rejoin after you do this activity, if you feel you need it, then I will share it with you. Does that sound good?
Okay, because I have to say that's the one thing that that I struggled with when I was doing the earlier stuff. I identified some stuff to do, and I just wanted to do it all right away, and
okay.
I was wondering.
I'll show it. I'll show it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me bring it up. Let me see. Wonder if I can. All right. Okay, it isn't. Here it is. Okay. Now it is a spreadsheet, so big surprise, right? That I have another spreadsheet that I'm sharing. All right, this is an opportunity filter worksheet. So let me go through this with you. Can everyone see it okay? If you can't, speak up because I'm looking at my, just unmute yourself and just say, I can't see it. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. This is an opportunity filter worksheet, and how this works is you can see over here in this area I have all the different opportunities. This would be your initiatives. So in this example, the initiatives are put systems in place, relaunch Get Clients course to a bigger audience, Raving Clients joint venture activity, create online learning modules library, lead live events, and lead generation activities. So when you do that gap analysis, because that's basically what you're doing, is a gap between the current state and the future state, you're going to come up with a number of initiatives and opportunities to grow your business. That's what these are right here in column B. Then how you want to evaluate it is by looking at these different criteria: life-work balance and personal freedom, how it impacts life-work balance and personal freedom, how this opportunity, this initiative impacts your personal satisfaction, that your business is an expression of who you are, which is an internal component. External is making a big impact on my following, your brand positioning, the impact on revenue and profitability, building your list, your community, your contacts, building partners, future opportunities, so that could be like joint venture, that's really joint venture opportunities, and then a total assessment. So what this spreadsheet does is you put numbers in and then it adds it all up. So on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 highest, how well does each item meet the criteria in the column below? So just going through this, putting systems in place, what's the impact it has on life, work balance, and personal freedom? Well, it's a 10. And it's a 10 because once you have business systems in place, your daily operations will flow more smoothly, and you'll be able to hand off work to other team members, to other employees. So having systems in place is a 10. It will increase value in your business. I'm thinking, you know, for those of us who want to grow businesses to maybe sell someday, we need systems in place. What's the impact of putting systems in place on my personal satisfaction and the expression of the business is who I am? Well, you know what? It's a 1, because creating business systems is really not the most enjoyable or fulfilling thing to do in a business. So it rates a 1. External, does it have an impact on your brand? No, not really. That's why it's a 1. Revenue and profitability, it's a 5. It's going to help make my operations more efficient, maybe generate more revenue, make it more profitable for sure, because it will decrease expenses. In fact, this, you know, could probably even be higher depending on the type of business that you have. Is putting systems in place going to build your community, your list of contacts? Well, in this particular person's example, no. In your business, that number might be different. It might be that you're putting marketing and sales systems in place that aren't existent or are non-existent, excuse me. So that might rate much higher. That might be an 8. That might be a 9. That might be a 10. Build future partner opportunities, maybe, because you have a system to reach out to people. So then it's added up. You can see there's a formula here. So I did this for each of the criteria in this example, and lo and behold, when you get over to the right, you can see that they're all ranked as a priority. So the first two, the first priority and second priority, is relaunch the Get Clients course to a bigger audience and do a joint venture opportunity. So those would be the first things that I would work on in my business, say in Q1, if this were, you know, my business and this is what I'm doing. Those would be the first things that I would work on ahead of business systems, ahead of creating the online learning module, and all the other things. Now there's one little twist here. In this first example, what I have shown you is everything is weighted at the same weight. In other words, everything is treated as though everything has equal importance in the business. I also have another spreadsheet where you can actually weight these variables as far as what is most important. So you can see here in this example right here that revenue and profitability has a higher weight than work-life balance. Revenue, and it has a higher weight than building joint ventures and, you know, some of these other things. So You could do this, you could use this tool either way. You could use it the way I have it up here where everything is weighted the same, or you could weight it and determine the importance to you for each of these different criteria. Now, when we weight it, we get a different result. And what it shows is that, let me go over to the priorities here, the number one priority is still launch the Get Clients course to a larger audience, but you can see that the second priority has shifted. What was number 3 before in priority is now number 2, and that is leading live events. So this is a great tool. I will upload this to the Facebook page. You can use it either way, weighted or unweighted. I'm going to stop sharing and come back to you. Sue, how was that? Is that helpful?
I love it.
Okay, good. Christine Sub, I promised you that tool as well. I spoke with Christine last week, and for all of us, we come up with so many different ideas of things we want to do to grow our business, but what should we do first? And that's what this tool helps with. Okay. All right. All right, so what we're going to do now is we are going to log off once again for your exercise, and you're going to be working on steps 4 and 5, which is where you're taking a look at the current state and then identifying what the future state is of your business and coming up with your initiatives. And then when you come back, we'll talk about that and answer any questions. So I'm going to give you another half hour to do this. So how about if we meet at, you know, I'll give you a couple minutes more. How about if we meet at, just trying to think, let me see what other, I think this is the most intense. This is the most intense activity. I might give you a little bit more time here. Yeah. I'm going to give you until 11:30 Central Time to get this activity completed. Sound good?
Yes.
That's almost 45 minutes. Okay, great. So I will see you back here at 11:30 Central Standard Time. If you have any questions, post them in the chat because I'm here. I'm not walking away and not paying attention to you guys. So if you have any questions, post them in the chat.
Hey,
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Bonnie. Bonnie.
Yes?
This is a really stupid question, but I can't. How do you get in the chat? I don't see it on my screen.
Oh, you don't?
You said it was on the right, but I don't see anything.
Huh.
There's like a share button.
Go to the upper left. You're going to see a little box that looks like a chat pop-out bubble. You got to kind of hover your cursor over that to the upper left.
It's a blue box. I see it now.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that little green bubble thing next to the thing. Whatever. Okay.
Click that, see if it works.
It says drag to taskbar. Google Hangouts.
It should be blue, not green.
Oh. See, all I have is...
Oh, okay. Go all the way down to that column. You're going to see 3 dots. And that's the More thing. And it should open up a little recent app thing. You might need to add that if you're not seeing it right off the bat.
Is that the Add Apps thing, Phyllis?
Correct.
Okay.
Is it up? You said upper left? Because I have a green arrow screen share and then 2 yellow tags that say showcase and then a little question mark.
Yeah. Go all the way down. Do you see like 3 kind of gray buttons?
Mm-mm.
3 dots?
Are you guys in Internet Explorer or something else?
Chrome?
Maybe I'll try a different browser. Okay, sorry guys. Thanks.
No, don't be sorry. It's like Phyllis said, you probably have to add an app to your toolbar.
Yeah, I have very stripped down like add-ons on my web browser. So I'll try Chrome and see how that goes. All right, thanks guys.
Thanks, Phyllis, for helping out. Excuse me. Putting myself on mute.
Yeah, up and running.
I don't know. I'm so frustrated right now. I lost that whole section. Comcast dropped the Wi-Fi, so I had to call them and sit on the phone with them while they messed. Benita. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I feel like I'm being a distraction. As soon as I got off, like making a comment, Wi-Fi was completely gone. But I have it now.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Christine, Jocelyn, Joellen, Linda, I see you. Patty, Phyllis, and Sue, welcome back to the event. Excuse me. Before we get into the next set of content that I have to share with you, I'd like to hear from some of you how you're doing with the work that we've been doing so far. Patty?
I think I'm doing pretty well because probably mainly because we did that intensive 2-day thing last week or last year, last December.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, a lot of this, it's kind of nice because I'm kind of looking, okay, what did we plan last year? How far did we get? So for me, it's kind of almost a refresher. So it's so much easier this year, which is nice.
Good.
So I can kind of see what things last year, some of my plans I came up with and how I was not quite accurate on my thinking. Like I wanted to grow just certain little segments of the business, but this year I discovered that, when I grow my repair side, then my re-roofs explode as well. So, I wanted to keep my re-roof crews lower, but so that's one goal I didn't attain from last year. So that's changed a little bit. But anyway, overall I'm doing really well because I think we did so much work last year that it's so much easier now. That makes sense. Sure makes sense.
And I think that does point to, in my earlier comments, I did mention that the process does get easier every time you do it. So thank you for being testimonial for that and proof that that really is true.
It is, and it's very rewarding though, even though like I didn't get through everything I wanted to this year. But now I've gotten through so much of the harder stuff that I can really, I don't know, like I'm even more excited now to work on the things that I didn't get to. When I see like, wow, I accomplished a lot, and now I can, instead of feeling depressed about everything I didn't get done, it's like, wow, those are my quarter ones, and they're very doable. So I'm excited about that.
Okay, good. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Patty. Thanks for sharing. Anyone else want to speak up how they're doing with this, with the activities that we did?
For me, it just really helped to clarify a lot. I really appreciate how streamlined this is. It really helps me to see the big picture and how to prioritize for myself, but also to break it down in chunks so I don't overwhelm myself, so that I can keep focused on what I really can accomplish and really put my efforts in that, and then take next steps as I get those things done. So it was really helpful, and I really appreciate the breakdown of all the numbers and all the categories for those numbers, because being new to this, those were all things that I wouldn't have thought of for myself, or it would have taken me a long time to gather all that together, so I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And the thing with the numbers, all those numbers that I shared are important in your business to know. But one thing I want to point out is if someone doesn't have all the numbers figured out, not to panic about that just starting to collect these numbers and pay more attention to them will make a big difference in you achieving your goals and the financial results that you're seeking, because ultimately the measure of success in our business is how well, what are our financial results that we are achieving. That's what we're looking at, those numbers. So it will help you with that. Thank you for sharing, Christine. I appreciate that. Anyone else? I'd like to hear from one more person how you're doing, how this is going for you today.
Well, this is Joss.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, maybe we can each share. I just have huge gratitude. I've been tracking my numbers in Excel since I began 8 years ago, and I still have them in Excel. I mean, now I have a bookkeeper, and she does all the other stuff. But as far as core numbers coming in, And it's so cool to see how, as you said, the numbers grow over time, how I am now able to use those. That this is the first time, this next year is going to, because of the systems you're sharing here, the first time I'm actually going to have a real target as opposed to waiting until December and going, well, I don't know if it was a good year or not. I made more than last. I don't know. I feel like I actually have now a bar to put for myself. And then, I'm really appreciating, I'm looking at the strategic initiatives with all the months. And for the first time in my life, I may have intentional marketing organized as opposed to like feeling just like I'm winging it.
Yeah.
Winging it works to a point, but it's nice to maybe feel like there's a little less winging it. So thank you for doing this.
You are very welcome. Thank you for your comments, Jocelyn, and I really appreciate knowing that, and that this process is helping you and helping others as well who have spoken up. Sue, you wanted to say something?
Just something similar, really. I just feel like I'm getting to grips with stuff that's been a bit sort of amorphous up to this point, and it's just, even though we've only started doing it, and I'll have a lot more work to do on it, it just feels like it's actually a bit more concrete, and it sort of puts it in a doable framework or something. I don't know. It's helping me organize my thoughts.
Good.
So thank you.
You are very welcome. I really appreciate all your thoughts, and I am delighted, thrilled that this process is working for you. And Patty had mentioned that we had done this a year ago. In fact, Patty, it was a year ago on this date.
Oh, was this actual date?
It was this actual date. It was Monday and Tuesday, which was December 6th and December 7th, that we did your strategic plan, and we worked together for 2 days. And then, of course, after that, earlier in the year to get it launched for you, help you get it moving. This work that you're doing, this really, it's business planning work, and it's very strategic. It's thinking work. It's having you make decisions and make plans about your business. This really is the hardest work that you will do in your business, is the type of work that you are doing today with this business planning and setting a direction and making decisions. And this is CEO time. This is what CEO time looks like. It's all easy. It's actually much easier to be doing and be busy in our business, isn't it? And doing things and keeping busy by doing things that will move our business forward or may not necessarily so. So I want to applaud and congratulate all of you for showing up today and enthusiastically participating in these activities, because I know they're not easy. Even though it's a streamlined process, it's still work, So congratulations to each of you for undertaking this endeavor. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Benita?
Yeah. Yes?
Could I just say one thing? In addition to what all of them said, the one thing this is going to help me with is to have a concrete thing to hand off to my assistant. Like for the numbers, I actually have a plan that I can show her of what I want created in an Excel to track. So I just wanted to say thank you. In addition to everything else everyone else is saying, I second that. But I just see the value from that standpoint too.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome, Christine. I'm glad this is helping everyone. Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is actually different from the business planning virtual retreats that I've led in years past. It's more advanced. It is. The content that I shared before was much easier, much lower level, much rudimentary. You can see that this is definitely more strategic and focuses a lot on business development rather than just what are you going to sell next year and how are you going to market it. We're thinking at a much higher level with this activity that you just created with the strategic initiatives and starting to plan that work out. So this is really great.
Well, Bonnie, I have to say one thing too, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm. No.
I also appreciate that you factor in like the personal aspects.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been one of my big issues is just like enjoying my life and, rather than just working and earning money and building a business. So I appreciate that you put in the whole life, not just work and business.
You're welcome, Patty. Work doesn't always have to be a grind. I think you and I were brought up to think that way, though, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So that's why she appreciates it. It's, pretty tight ship. Okay. All right. Well, if you're all ready, I'll get into the next part of our content. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Are you guys all ready for that?
Yep, I am.
All right. Okay. Let me pull it up here. So I will screen share. Here we are. Wait, is that the wrong one? I think I shared the wrong one. Okay. Sorry, wrong document. I think it's this one. Okay. Okay, I think that's the right one. Good. We're on track. All right, so let me go back to the very beginning just so you see where we are in this whole process. Don't get dizzy. I always feel like I'm going to, make everybody dizzy when I do this. So we had call 1 where we did step 1, 2, and 3, our celebration review, organizing, and getting to know our numbers. And I'm really happy to hear that even though the numbers at the very beginning of the call seem to be tripping some people up, that you're embracing that and seeing things that maybe you didn't see before and actually getting excited about where you're headed with your business next year. Our second call, which was our last call, we worked on steps 4 and 5, clarifying your vision and closing the gap. That's all about, this is where we currently are in our business in a non-judgmental way, unemotional way. It's just the facts. And this is where we want to be, our ideal future state. And what are those things that we need to do to close the gap? What are those initiatives? What are those opportunities that are before us to close that gap and move closer to that vision that we are achieving? And we had the opportunity grid that you could work with to help you do your prioritization activities. We're now going to move into call 3, where we're going to talk about step 6, time and your hourly rate to meet your financial goals, and step 7, your revenue model, and step 8, moving into your 12-month big picture planning calendar. What this call is about is, well, step 6 and 7, we're going to go over those worksheets. Those are worksheets that you can work on outside of your time here in the virtual business planning retreat. Put a little bit more thought, a little bit more time into some more numbers in your business to help fine-tune what your revenue goals are and what you're going to offer to achieve that. We will move to step 8, though, where this is your activity, where we will plan a 12-month big picture planning calendar. Now, this calendar is more focused on planning what your promotions are for the next year. And then we will also do steps 9 and 10 and 11. Steps 10 and 11 are, again, going to be homework. We're going to work a little bit on marketing here. Well, I think I do have one other thing I want to share with you before we get into the next content. So let me get there. Okay. What we did was you just completed this exercise where you did your current state and your future state. And you identified your 3 to 5 major initiatives to close the gap. I just want to show you the next planning calendar. Maybe I want to double check with some of you right now. Did any of you go to the next step and do the planning calendar, this section here? Did any of you start that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to go over this. This is going to be homework. Okay? I want to go over this. So just going back to my previous example where you came up with your initiatives, I have an example here that I want to show you. My first initiative in this example is marketing and promotion And I came up with some actions in order to implement each of those initiatives. Now, this can take some time and it can take some more thought than we may have time today. So I'd like you to do this as an assignment as well. In this example that I'm showing you, for marketing and promotion, which heading back here, if you remember in the example, these were initiatives that in this example we came up with to help close the gap. And the top two initiatives were streamline offerings and plan where to network and book speaking engagements. So what this looks like in the initiative, the timing is Q1, that's what that is. So I want you to think, when you're doing your business plan, I really want to encourage you to think yearly, you know, big picture, what do we want to do next year, but then start to break it down into quarters. And then from the quarters, you will break it down into months. So that's what I'm showing you here. So Q1, which is my #1 priority in this example, I've come up with a list of some action items to help achieve that initiative, which is leading some live events, attending 36 networking events, booking 12 live speaking gigs, creating 1 evergreen group coaching program, and streamline offerings, all my inventory. This is an example. You can see I've started putting numbers to this stuff. This is what you want to do. So think beyond just I'd like to network more. How often would you like to network? And think on a quarterly basis, like I have here. So what this is really saying is there are 12 weeks in a quarter, so attending 3 networking events a week. That's what it breaks down to on a weekly basis. What this looks like on this calendar, which you will do after today, is right here. Thinking in terms of Q1 is January, February, and March. In January, I want to go through all my inventory of programs and products, and I want to streamline. I have a lot. I want to get rid of some I never promote, some have never sold well. I'm going to streamline and make a decision on which ones I want to offer in 2016. I want to schedule live coaching, soiree, salon, and events. I'm going to work on that. I'm going to actually plan them out when they're going to happen. In January, identify the monthly networking events to attend. So that would be identifying the groups that I want to perhaps join or check out. In February, my focus will be, in this example, to book about 12 speaking gigs, as well as identify high-level networking opportunities. Now, I define high-level networking opportunities as ones where influencers, people who are influential may attend, people who are, of course, my target market, but influential is the word. It's not just networking to sell, it's networking to make very valuable business connections in the community at a higher level. So for me, that would include networking with people at colleges and universities, getting involved with their programs there. And then in March, plan and promote 1 evergreen coaching program, such as, you know, thinking just about like the virtual business salon. So I just wanted to show you how all this translates. And I'm going to go back here just to show you how it translates to this calendar. And Patty's been through this exercise a year ago, and you heard her say it gets easier. And this is what we did. These are the priorities that I identified: streamline offerings, plan where to network. I decided it was going to take place in Q1. This is my priority, so this needs to happen first. I started identifying the specific actions and activities to do to execute that initiative, and I attached numbers to it. You want to be very specific. And then I went to a calendar and basically what I did was I took those previous activities and assigned them to months. January I'm working on this, February I'm working on these activities, March I'm working on this activity. And you do the same for all of your prioritized initiatives. So let me go back. I actually grade these out so as not to mess up this, the screen to make it easier to see. But this is my whole year. I have quarter 1, quarters 2 and 3, quarter 3, quarter 4. So you want to do the same thing. Focus first on your first quarter and getting that down. I mean, you can see here, once I add everything, it fills in and it looks very nice. Make that black here. Okay, and you can see what you're going to work on in your business. And this will shift and change throughout the year. You might, flip things around. You might change some things, and that's okay. I'm going to go back just to show you where this is in your 2-page business planning template. If we go all the way back to the beginning, you can see here in the simple business plan template that you will fill out with this key information. This is where your initiatives are and the quarters. Okay. And this is the calendar where you will plot that information. Okay? Let me just check back with you. Is that all good? Okay, Phyllis put in the chat, I've started the calendar, a huge fan of this, of that. Yeah, great. Okay, all right, if there's no questions, I'm going to move on then to our next topic. Okay, all right, so this is all your business development stuff, your higher level, how am I going to grow my business, how am I going to scale it up. I'm now going to move to step 6, which is time and your hourly rate to meet your financial goals. I shared with you a worksheet earlier that Phyllis had mentioned. How do I figure out I want to have X dollars income at the end of the year and my business expenses are 65% of my sales? How do I figure out what I need to make? That was an earlier spreadsheet that I shared with you. This spreadsheet is a little bit different. It still has the income component attached to it, but it doesn't have, or what it does include is the time piece of this. And I actually learned about this type of spreadsheet, and I've made some modifications to it for myself, but I learned about it in a coaching program that I was with Andrea Lee and Phyllis and Jocelyn, so this might look somewhat familiar to you. It's how do you spend your time in your business, and this is something that I invite you to do, again, after today. This is an assignment. You can put in your revenue, how many weeks off you have a year, how many hours you work per week, and the revenue that you need to generate per month to reach your goal. And that's all good. That's all good to know, and you're already familiar with that number. We've been working with revenue all morning. The beauty of this spreadsheet is it helps you to calculate how many billable hours you actually have available per week in your business, and then what you need to charge in order to meet this income goal based on how you spend your time in your business, how you plan on spending your time in your business. Let me take just a minute to explain this. We have our CEO and our visioning time, which is right here. This is your visioning, planning, thinking, creating your strategy, your business plan, working on up-leveling your business, finding resources, developing relationships with influencers and other partners. This is all that thinking, directing, planning, leading, visioning, decision-making work that you do in your business. In this example, this person is plans on doing that 10% of time, of the time that they have. Now you remember up here, we put in how many hours a week we want to work. So this is where that calculation comes in, If we're spending 10% of our time on CEO time, that equates to 4 hours per week. Administration, operations, client care, 10% of our time per week, that's 4 hours per week. Marketing and sales, 30% of our time, that's 11 hours per week, which, by the way, is an accurate number. If we have a business that is established and we have a consistent flow of clients, 30% is a good benchmark as far as the amount of time to spend in your business marketing it. If you are doing the marketing and the sales and you don't have a team doing it. If you do, of course, then you would subtract from that number. Like Patty, using you as an example, you have a sales team. You
Right.
have three people selling for you, but you're still doing marketing, correct?
Right. My main marketing is finding where we want to be, coming up with the ads, figuring out which areas to target.
Mm-hmm.
Because in roofing we can go by subdivision neighborhoods, especially in Florida. There's a lot of, like little HOA homeowners
Mm-hmm.
associations and subdivisions. So that's a lot of my marketing time. I probably don't, but yeah, back when we were trying to build it and be able to have a team, yeah, I was spending at least that amount of my time,
Mm-hmm.
prepping the mails, the lists, sales training, the whole thing. So yeah,
Right.
it was definitely a good number.
Yeah, so 30% is a good number. In fact, you might even get away with a little bit less now that you have a sales team. Just putting that out there, you might be able to reduce that, which then opens up hours for doing other things in your business, or it opens up hours for taking time off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where you're headed, right?
Right.
Where you're headed. So it frees up time there. Program and content development for people who sell their expertise, such as many of you in this call who are coaches, consultants. That's what this number is, 10% of your time, 4 hours per week. Learning, being coached, mastermind participation, 2 hours per week. I actually spend more time than that between all my learning and being coached, and I'm sure many of you do as well. But I'm just thinking, during business hours, the 9 to 5, 2 hours per week, participating in something like this on average. So that gives you a total non-billable hours of 27. This is where this spreadsheet is really brilliant. It calculates how many hours you have available for clients and program delivery on a weekly basis, annually and weekly. So that's 9. For us people who are serving clients, coaches, consultants, trainers, it's telling you that including all these other activities that you need to do in your business, you can only bill 9 hours per week, theoretically. And that to meet your gross annual revenue goal, you must maintain a minimum hourly rate of that much. In this section here, you can calculate hours per week to serve each client and how many clients you can serve each week. This isn't a perfect tool, but it gets you closer to knowing how your business model affects your revenue. How you spend time, how you invest time in your business, and how that will affect the revenue in your business. So, for example, if you're spending 60% of your time in marketing and sales, you're not going to have 9 hours per week, and you're not going to be able to serve 5 clients. You might only have 4 hours per week available for client delivery, and you can only serve 1 client or 2 clients per week. So it helps avoid that problem. And I spoke to, I've known her a while, and she's a potential client. We're actually meeting in a couple weeks to talk about working together. This is her challenge right now, is she has brought on 2 team members into her business, and these team members who are independent contractors themselves who are doing work for her are so busy. And the problem is she doesn't know how much time they really have available to invest in her business, because they're already busy in their business doing a lot of things, and they don't have team. They're doing a lot of things themselves. Bottom line is, she was telling me that they're already stressed and overwhelmed, and you have to get to the root cause. You have to determine, well, how many hours a week do they really have that they can invest in your business? So that's something that she needs to figure out. do this activity after, this is homework. This is homework for you. So just checking back, anybody have any questions about this spreadsheet?
Nope, not me.
Okay. It's really a good one. Really a good one. I have lots of great tools. All right, moving on to the revenue model. This is another one of those spreadsheets that you will do after the event today. Let me see if I actually I was going to pull it up for you, but I don't know if it's really necessary to do that. Okay. Really what it is it will calculate, when you're thinking about your sales funnel, and we've done a lot of work on the sales funnel, so you're all familiar with this. At your sales funnel, you have your lead generators, which are your free items, which are your ebook, audio series, video series, whatever it might be. And you can put that in here in this section just so you have them noted. And then at the top of your sales funnel, so this is the top of your sales funnel where you're generating leads, and then once people get into your sales funnel, you have your low-end offers, which are the introductory programs, the lower-priced products and services that you have, that you can offer people to get a taste of what it is that you offer and get to know you a little bit more. And then you have your mid-tier offers, which are those middle-priced offers. You can put in the number of clients, the fee, and it will calculate the total revenue. And then you have your higher ticket offerings. So this is a very good spreadsheet to work with to see if your numbers make sense as far as the number of clients that you want to serve and what you want to charge for your services. And the bottom line, is it going to add up to your revenue goal for the year? So this is an excellent tool to play with the numbers and see if your numbers make sense. Any questions about that? Comments? Thumbs up, thumbs down. I got a smile out of space. Thanks.
Yeah, that's good. I remember this one. I like it.
It's a good one. Jocelyn, I believe it is revenue model. I believe I already have it posted in the Facebook page, so that it should be there. I'll double check that. All right, let's move into the 12-month big picture planning calendar. So you have a couple calendars here. The first calendar has to do more with business growth, business development, scaling up your business. This calendar is more focused on what will you be offering, what are your planned promotions next year, and it also includes time off and events you'll be attending, just so you can, it's a little bit easier to plan your marketing calendar. You know, oh, okay, like here for example in April, there's 1 week spring vacation, so it's more of a reminder that you need to work around those dates. In July, we have, you know, a 2-week summer vacation. In December, a 2-week holiday vacation. That's just so we know we need to work around those planned time off dates. You would also note if you know you're attending a conference of some sort, you're traveling, say to Tucson for a 3-day conference, you would, in April, you would put that in your calendar as well. So this is a big picture calendar, as the title says. So taking a look at your products and services, your programs, what you have going, and just to throw out some examples to help some of you. And I'm going to start with Patty just because, you know, we've worked very closely together with what she's offering. She may have a plan to do some sort of promotion for, Patty, help me out here. What might you do?
Well, like in the winter months, I might promote inspections or maintenance, like try to gear that up because those were typically our slower repair months. As far as, because, you know, Florida, the rainy season's like May to October. So to fill up those winter months with our, you know, make sure our repair crews, we keep them busy and generating revenue, we might focus more on, you know, doing the annual maintenance, doing inspections, you know, roof cleanings, which kind of has turned into a year-round thing for us. Mm-hmm. But so I would have to gear up, before the winter hits, I would probably, think like September that I need to start getting some mailings or contacts out to people about, doing maintenance or inspections and getting it scheduled.
Mm-hmm.
Having something prepped and ready to go, or talk about it on the Facebook page or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are excellent examples. Thank you, Patty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anyone else want to take a shot at it and share what they think their calendar might look like for their planned promotions? Linda, are you able to talk? Because I know you have some special sales and things that you do. Hey,
I
Linda.
think you can hear me, can you?
Yes, I can.
Hey, yay. Technology, sometimes it works. A lot of my types of promotions center on holidays, special events. For next year, I'm actually going from the mindset of there's a special event for everyone every month, whether it's a birthday, anniversary, graduation, whatever. So rather than laying for the big holidays in my business, Valentine's Day and Christmas and Mother's Day are the huge ones, and there's an incredible amount of traffic and competition. And so my strategy is to be thinking about and having my audience thinking about the other things that are just as important, like I said, graduations, anniversaries, and so on. And then hopefully the offshoot of that is when we get to the big events like Christmas or Mother's Day or whatever, I'm also top of mind because I've been there,
Mm-hmm.
supporting them with their personal holidays.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're already able to think through what activities, what events you'll be attending next year, and how you can plan your promotions around that, your mailings, your communications. And that's what this calendar is all about for each of us, is thinking about, okay, how are we going to be intentional? And Jocelyn, you mentioned that, being very intentional about how you're going to create revenue next year, what you're going to offer, and when. So that's what this activity is all about. Okay. All right, I'd like to continue. That will be your activity once we get off the line. I was going to do 4 calls, but looking at our time, I think we can do this in 3, and why not? So I'll just continue with these activities here. Step 9 is marketing. So you have your promotions. You've decided what you're going to promote when, just going back here. So then looking at say, January, then what we want to do is we want to plan out our promotions, how we're going to do it. And what I've given you are 3 different ways of doing this, because we all think differently. Different things work for us. Some people like mind maps. Phyllis, I think I remember you saying you didn't like mind maps. Some people like lists, and some people like more visual tools. So I'd like to share with you 3 different examples for planning your marketing campaigns for a specific promotion. The first one here is a mind map. It's a real simple tool. Think of it as playing with different bubbles and different categories. So up here you can see I have the topic name, or the program name, which is the Coaching Soiree Marketing Plan, the date, plan date, the goal, how many people, at what price, and the offer. So that would be like the next step. So people are attending a one-day event, and then the offer would be the virtual business salon. And I have noted the different activities to do to help promote that. Make the sales page and the specific tasks, candidates, people who to invite, current and past clients, A/B prospective clients, easing community, when to do email promotions, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, so this would be social media activities, and then blog posts. And you could even put the specific topic of the blog post as well. So this is an example of how to create a marketing promotional calendar using a mind map. Another example is using an Excel spreadsheet, and I've uploaded this also into the Facebook for your use, and just coming up with the date and the type of task and your message, team member responsible, any notes you have in a budget. So it's just basically a simple list with dates and activities that you will be doing. Very, very simple example of how to plan a marketing launch calendar. Here's a visual tool to do a marketing launch calendar. This is a desktop calendar pad that you can use, and the example here shows some sticky notes. So the yellow sticky note here on Sunday, this is the promotion name. So if it would be the coaching salon and I plan on promoting this for 3 weeks, there would be 3 yellow sticky notes for that specific promotion, and then the different activities I'd be doing that week. The blue sticky notes denote promotional emails that are sent to either my email list or it could be personal emails. The pink sticky notes are when I'm sending out an e-zine and posting articles on my blog. And the lime green, which are these here, it's kind of hard to tell, but this is when a program starts. Here and here, there were 2 different programs. So there are 3 different methods that I've given you for planning your marketing promotions, and which one works for you is really personal preference. Any questions about marketing launch and how? Well, let me ask you this: which one appeals to some of you? Phyllis, I see you already noted you're not a marketing mind map fan or a mind map fan. Yeah, it's somewhat of an organized mind map for sure.
I would definitely use the Excel.
Yeah, like the spreadsheet
calendar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I have. I've tried all different methods, and that one works well. Phyllis does the sticky notes in Excel. If you've never done any before, where you've never really planned out promotions, I would recommend the Excel method. I think that one works best. If you really don't like Excel, you don't like Excel spreadsheets, working with spreadsheets, then try the visual method with the calendar pad. That one works really well. The beauty of that method is you can move your sticky notes around.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. Do you take the sticky note off when you complete it then, or do you?
Yeah.
Okay. See,
Yeah.
I kind of like that because that's like a very visual, okay, I accomplished that, I took it off.
Yeah.
But I like the Excel because as you're planning it, you could insert lines or reorder them or designate it, sort them by person, and there's a little more quick, easy manipulation of it.
Yeah, instead of having to go on your computer and fuss with a spreadsheet.
Right.
Yeah, Christine likes the visual map, and Phyllis does the sticky notes and the Excel. Christine, wow, it seems like the sticky note is winning here.
Very pretty.
Yeah, that's it. It's more visually attractive than an Excel spreadsheet. Okay, great tips. I love this. This is really great. I like the calendar. I think it's fun. Maybe I'll go back to that. You get bored with one, try another. Okay, Christine, Suva helps you plan ahead visually. Yes, it's a great tool. It really is. So this is how you can plan your marketing launch. I'm just going to go right into step 10, budget, which is, again, just talking about this a little bit. You want to make sure that the plan that you are creating makes financial sense, so you generate the profits and earn the income you desire. Most of you probably already have accounting software that you're using, such as QuickBooks or Quicken. I have noted here you can even use Excel if you're really, you have a business, so you have some sort of bookkeeping system. You're using something, even if it's a shoebox method and adding things up manually, which I doubt any of you are doing. I wanted to give you another resource to consider, though, that if you are not using Quicken or QuickBooks yet, that the SCORE Business Planning and Financial Statements Template Gallery is just an awesome tool to use. And the reason is because you can do your business planning and developing budgets here and do a lot of what-if scenarios very, very effectively. So just wanted to point this out. Remember, we talked about earlier that you have a revenue goal and you have expenses that you're going to be incurring as you are operating your business. It's just a great tool to really plan out month to month what your planned revenues and expenses are and see what the bottom line is, which is your profits and your income. Really a great tool to use for that. It gives financial ratios, such as, we're going back into accounting language here, your current ratio, your quick ratios, your profit percent, your just a whole list of them, just a whole cadre of financial ratios which help you measure financial success. Big one, the cash flow statement, 12 months. If you do anything, maybe you don't want to do the full-blown SCORE financial projections. If you do any type of financial planning in your business, do the cash flow statement. This is a statement that you can download. It is Excel, and it's on that, click that link that I have there, and you can download the cash flow statement. So if you do anything, do the cash flow statement just to see where you are month to month and at the end of the year. So the action step here is create the budget. Now, I do want to note that there are some homework activities to do. I will send you an email or post in the Facebook community what your assignments are, what the action steps are, and things just to keep in mind as you're finishing up your work. Step 11 is integrate business planning into your daily activities. It's not, as you already know, it's not a one-time project that you just work on today. It's something that you will use in your business on a daily, if not a weekly basis at a minimum. I would say definitely you'll want to be looking at that at least every month. I do recommend setting aside time in your calendar to review it and update it as you're going along. At a minimum, I would say quarterly you want to be updating your business plan. My guess is as you're working with it, you'll be updating it more often. And that is okay as long as you aren't making major changes. I don't ever want you to feel that you need to do that unless, of course, it is absolutely necessary. But don't think you need to be making major changes and changes in direction in your business plan. What I'm talking about here are tweaks, minor tweaks, doing shifts and adjustments, because it will help you plan your year better and taking focused action to help you achieve your goals and objectives. Everything's in alignment. Really, really important. Okay. All right. Okay, Christine has a question. Does it help you with taxes? Oh, yes. Does it help you with taxes during and at end of the year? Yes, it does. Doing your business plan, it helps you plan out how much you need to pay, say, for your quarterly taxes, and because you'll know how much revenue you're generating, and of course do tax planning throughout the year. And then you would put that into your budget, your planned tax payments throughout the year. It's a privilege to pay taxes. Did you know that? Because the only way you pay taxes is if you have income, right? The alternative is not paying taxes, and that's really not a good alternative. Although we want to minimize them, right? Okay, good. All right. Before we sign off, or not sign off, before we take time to do our final assignment, I just want to mention to you that some of you might want to get some one-on-one help with your business planning and your business strategy, and I'm definitely open to helping some of you with that on a one-on-one basis. So what I thought about was, how do I want to do this? And I thought, what I'd like to do is, I know we're all busy and I have limited time as well, but I would like to offer 3 4-hour VIP days where the outcome would be that basically you get my personal assistance to help you get your plan done in a really good way to help you scale up and get more business growth. So if this is something that you might be thinking about, that, I really would like Benita's help with this, maybe, she could help me fine tune it and get the numbers all worked out a little bit better, or maybe you don't have your sales funnel quite figured out, you don't have those different products at different price points figured out the way you'd like, or perhaps you need to create some, that would be a good opportunity for us to get together and work together. Just a little bit of credentialing here. Besides my work that you see in the salon, 1 to 2 times a year I develop strategic business plans for companies who are planning multi-million-dollar launches and getting involved in national distribution. And my most recent client was successful in getting her patented lunchbox product on the Today Show and Good Morning America. And of course, they're selling thousands of these products through Amazon and other online channels. And throughout my career, I've critiqued and reviewed over 500 business plans for my clients. So I know a little bit about the business planning process, and I have a lot more to share with you. So if it is something that you are interested in, what I am doing is I'm offering 3-4 VIP days. And, basically my private clients, they invest $4,000 a day, the women entrepreneurs who work with me to get this type of work. What I'm offering people in the salon is 50% off of that. So if you would apply by my birthday for one of these VIP days, you could qualify for that 50% off rate. And I do have a website link which I'll share where you can download that application. And you can think about it, but I would encourage you to do it before December 13th because I just want to keep moving forward just like you do too. So if it's something that you want to do, definitely check it out and you'll get my help. And, we'll go from there. So let's now go back to what your assignment will be for, let me bring the document back up, business planning documents. Okay, so what I would like you to work on now is this big picture calendar right here. Oops, sorry about that. I just want you to be able to see it. If I can find the right one, here it is. What I'd like you to work on right now is the 12-month big picture planning calendar where you're thinking about your products, your services, and when you plan on promoting this next year. Just start to flesh it out. Take a pencil and paper, just start to lay it out. Remember to put your planned vacation time down and any other travel time that you're doing. And your homework, one of your homework activities will be figuring out the marketing for that. Figuring out the marketing, let me just clarify this here so I'm telling you the right thing. I want you to figure out your marketing for your first promotion, whenever that is. If it happens in January, that's great. If it doesn't happen until February, fine, that would be your first promotion. So the homework activity will be then planning out your marketing launch activities, your promotional activities, whether you're using the mind map or the Excel spreadsheet. It seemed like the overall winner was this marketing launch calendar with the pretty sticky notes, the pretty colored sticky notes. So I would want you to do that for your first promotion. Does that sound good?
Yep.
All right. So I think what we're going to do is I'm just going to stay online here and come back here. Let's see, it's 12:25 now. Come back here at, I'll give you half an hour. Is that enough time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll connect back here at 12:55 p.m. and then we'll close out. Okay? All right. I'll take some questions and then we'll have a great day. All right. See you at 12:55 p.m. Central Standard Time. Hey, welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Patty. So we have Christine Suva, Christine Tom with us yet, Jocelyn, Linda, hello, Patty, Phyllis, and Sue. Jo Ellen had to leave. She said she had an outside appointment, so she has left the building, but we are still all here. Great, great. All right. My nose is getting itchy. Don't know why. Trying to find my notes here. So I have a couple questions for you. How did this day go for you?
For me, it was really lovely, and I really appreciate being able to see a much bigger picture, and to be able to think not only of things I have to do, but be able to think of them strategically and how they would help me in building my business, and not just things I have to get done and do to make it work. You know, being able to actively participate in what I'm doing and seeing how that will benefit me. So, which helps make it fun.
I'm glad that was your experience. Seeing bigger picture, that's what this is all about. And, you know, I kind of build it as just a business planning, but it really is a lot more strategic than that, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, anyone else want to chime in? How did this day go for you? I mean, it's already 1 o'clock. Didn't I promise you that the day would go very quickly?
Yeah, it really has. I thought it went very well.
Good, good.
I thought it was excellent, Benita. This was so helpful. It's almost like you don't know what you don't know, and you're kind of sometimes feeling like you're shooting in the dark some of the time. So just as one of the other participants said earlier, rather than getting to the end of the year and just having a general, yeah, I did better this year, this just gives that clarity that for me, honestly, as much as it's a lot of information, it's comforting as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think it's comforting because you know what to do.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Even though you didn't complete the work, and I'm sure nobody really did because it is a lot of work. And I don't think I ever promised that, but I did promise that everyone would have a draft of a plan, and then they would have some homework assignments to complete. But by now, I'm hoping that you're feeling very confident that you know exactly what to do to complete your business plan for 2016.
Yes, definitely.
All right. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. Phyllis, you want to chime in?
I'm here. As you know, I love everything. I'm not a numbers fan, but I am a strategic. I don't even know what you call it. You know, just being able to see things laid out. So I love the spreadsheets, and I like really hearing what other people are getting from this because it helps me as somebody who does strategic mentoring strategies on the technology side. So it's just because I know how things should work doesn't mean it's going to work for somebody else. So that's really of value to me.
Yeah. You know what, I agree with you, Phyllis, that, when I put this together, and I know I mentioned this on our last segment of this call, that this is not the typical business planning information that I share, that I've shared in other virtual business planning retreats. I consider this more strategic. It's higher level, and can be more complicated, perceived as more complicated. So I'm just as pleased knowing that people could take this information and really be able to use it and get some value out of it. Because I to be honest, I wasn't completely sure about that because I knew it was higher level work. So I was crossing my fingers, but I feel it's the right work that needs to be done. It truly is. It's the right work.
Yeah. Well, this is a nice, comfortable, safe group, and each of us have our. We're experts in what we do, and so the higher level, not just showing, but you're teaching us some other different tools that we might not have in our tool bag or we know about, but just being able to see you put it into practice
Mm-hmm.
is, to me, of just huge value.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else want to chime in about what their, how this day went for them and what their takeaways are from today? I just really appreciate hearing this because then I learn what's working and what to give you more of. Sue.
Being a educator,
Okay, Linda. Hey. Gotcha.
Everything's always been, 101 ways of saying the same thing until you kind of get it. And having the step by step and having heard part of it before, worked with part of it before, didn't completely implement it all before, maybe didn't understand it all before, going through this again and reminding myself to stay on that higher level rather than the day-to-day, how do I get through the day and get enough things done?
Mm-hmm.
Because I actually feel so much better when I have the plan in place and I have the strategies in place rather than trying to keep coming up with it on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
So getting that overall picture back in place has been really helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I know what this does, and this will become clear as you start to work with all these different tools, is that we have this future destination in mind, and we want to make sure that every activity that we're doing in our business, every action that we're taking is in alignment with those long-term goals and is moving us closer there rather than being a distraction from them. Because it's so easy when we get in the day-to-day and just doing things that really is this moving us closer or further away? Are we overcomplicating? We want to keep things as simple and as effective as possible. Yeah, so thank you. And Patty, since you've done this before, I'd just like to, hear from you. What's your big takeaway from today?
I'm actually pretty excited because I think I've like everything that's happened in the last year. I'm in a totally different position than I was a year ago or I guess I was talking to you more than a year ago. Because at that point I had like no social life. I was too stressed to even think about trying to have one. I had a social life, but not really a planned one. And just even this year, like I said, you're more organized than me. Like looking at planning around trips, it kind of like I had an aha moment because I was like, wow, this is why I get in these flustered, stressed out times because I never planned for like vacation. like I'm going to miss a week in January for a vacation. So I actually jumped a little ahead, got my Valentine card that we send to existing clients all mapped out for time schedule. And it was like, wow, I really need to start it as soon as we get back to the new year to allow for mail list review and prep and allowing for that vacation time. And that was kind of good for me, but I'm in a totally different position because I'm much calmer this year than I was. Like last year when we were doing this, I remember I was like, holy mackerel, I'm just never going to be able to do this all. But it just, just taking one more step now, like you said, it is a deeper level where last year we kind of rooted out everything that needed to be done and came up with plans, and at least now I'm looking a lot more proactively and going to start the year off in a much better place than I did last year.
Great. That's great. So when are we going to talk about getting together again?
After the new year.
Just a good staller, everyone.
Down? I thought you were coming down here.
Well, that's just it. I'm probably coming down the end of December.
Good. We'll talk about it then.
I was hoping to do work for you then.
Okay.
We need to talk. Okay. All right. Thank you, Patty. We'll talk offline. I just wanted to put you on the spot.
That's funny. That's good.
And then everybody knows you're my sister. So.
I can take it.
All right. Well, it is 1:04. I think we did excellent on time. We spent a couple minutes recapping here, which I think is awesome, and just hearing how this was for you. That is just so valuable to share that, and I can't be more delighted that this has been a good day for everyone. So there are some homework assignments, and let me bring up my screen here so you can see me. There are a number of homework assignments, so I'm going to quickly go through them. I will also post them in the Salon Facebook group, just so you have my recap. Your personal list might be a little bit different, but here's the list that I came up with. Complete any work you did not complete during the retreat. I know some of you had, like Christine Suva, I know you had some technical issues, so there were a couple exercises that you might be a little bit behind on, and some others of you may also have to do some completion work on some of the activities. So do that. Complete any work you did not complete during our retreat. Step 5, with the major initiatives and opportunities that you identified, that's those 3 to 5 items. You'll want to prioritize them if you haven't done that already, and then decide what quarter and then what month, and determine specific quantifiable objectives and actions you will take. For example, I gave, book or attend 36 networking events, book 12 speaking gigs, that sort of thing. You want to quantify some of the specific actions you'll take. And I'm talking about high-level actions, not detailed project plan actions where you might have 20 different steps to take, just high level. Book 12 speaking gigs, attend 36 networking events, decide on a new mid-tier offering, that sort of thing. Plan it out. What you also want to do is make sure that you want to plot everything on that 2-page business plan template that I gave you, which I pointed out a couple different times, so I'm sure all of you know what I'm talking about. Step 6, for some of you, you want to play with planning your time and revenue spreadsheet if you want to figure out how to better spend your time in your business. And it's not a perfect tool. I mean, I use this tool and I try to plan my time that way, and it's never perfect, but at least I'm aware, I'm conscious of how I need to be spending my time and how many clients I can take on, and how many hours of client delivery a week is good. And if I spend 4 hours a week on my CEO time, that's okay because I have it budgeted in my time. Step 7, complete the revenue model spreadsheet so you can determine what you are selling at what price point to X people to see if it matches your revenue goal. Often, in fact, almost without fail, I would say 100% of the time, when people do that spreadsheet, they find there's a gap between how many people they plan on serving and their revenue goal, and it might indicate that they need to increase fees of some things or change their offerings around. So your business plan is ever evolving, it's ever changing and shifting, and it's not written in stone. So just be prepared for having to make some tweaks even from your work today. Step 9, complete your marketing launch calendar for your first planned promotion, which will probably take place in January, February at the latest. Step 10, at a minimum, create a cash flow budget from the SCORE resources that I gave you, or from using your own accounting planning tools. That works perfectly well. And step 11, be sure to put CEO time in your calendar every week to review and tweak your business plan and do that higher level planning and business development work to help scale up your business. That's what we did today. We worked not only on what are you going to sell to make money, but what are you going to do to grow your business into that thriving business enterprise that you all have in your minds. That's why you're here today. So I appreciate each of you very much. I think you have done just an awesome job with this content, and I know that's an overused word, but I feel it, so I say it. You just did a fantastic job, and I want to thank you so much for attending. That's all I have for you. If you have any additional questions, feel free to ask them now. I can take them. Otherwise, have a great rest of the day, and I'll see you on the salon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye,
Thanks,
Sue.
Carl.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Christine. Bye, Jocelyn.
Benita,
Yes?
after everyone's finished, I had a quick question on that tool you just posted that I missed, and just wondered if I could talk for just a second, just to ask a question about that after everybody's done.
Okay. Okay. All right. Bye, everyone. So is that the opportunity grid that you're talking about?
Yeah, I was just looking at this, and I can see that there's method 1 and method 2.
Okay.
So we're just supposed to rate on a scale of 1 to 10 how well the item meets the criteria in the column. Is that like our satisfaction level of how our business is now? Is that what we're doing?
No. No, it has to do more with the impact of doing that activity on your business, positive impact. So let me pull the spreadsheet up so I can be looking at it, just so I always need something to look at. I can't go from memory.
No, I know, I'm the same way. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep you over. I just wanted to ask.
No.
So I'm sure I was understanding.
Yeah, what this spreadsheet is on for each opportunity rate on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 as highest.
Mm-hmm.
This really is more about the positive impact on your business. So if I look at the first one, which is put business systems in place, you'll see that for life, work balance, and personal freedom, it rates high. It's a 10 because it'll make your business operations smoother. Plus, you'll be able to hand off tasks to assistants. So it has a 10. But if I look at personal satisfaction, which is the second column, it's like a number 1. Is it going to fulfill me? No.
Yeah.
And if I look at revenue profitability, just moving over to column F, it's rated here in this example as a 5. So it could potentially decrease expenses in business operations because things are consistent. Maybe it's, fewer customer complaints. So it's different for every business what these numbers will be. Okay. And in this first example, for all these different columns, I'm treating them all with equal importance. So life work balance is as important as personal satisfaction, which is as important as external making an impact, which is as important as revenue and profitability. So that's one way of doing this. The spreadsheet below is if you want to weight and assign more importance to certain criteria. So in the second one, you can see that revenue and profitability has a weight of 25%. So the person doing this has determined that revenue and profitability is the most important criteria.
Okay.
The second one is build lists and community. Then you have, 3 at 15%, like the life work balance and personal satisfaction, external 15%. Build future partner opportunities is at 10%. So it's different for every person.
Mm-hmm.
Some person might say life work balance is the most important thing to me.
Yeah.
And they might give that a 20%. And maybe revenue's 20, and then they divide the remaining numbers amongst all the others. The thing that you'll notice is that by weighting you go back to the top where I have the yellow rows highlighted. If you go over to the right, you'll see that it says priority 1 and priority 2. The yellow bars are just highlighting the top 2 initiatives.
Oh, okay.
And by weighting, you can see the top 2 initiatives changed. You go
now, is that so? It's changing based on
the weighting.
Okay.
Because remember, in the top one, everything was weighted equally as equal importance. In the bottom one, they're weighted unequally.
Mm-hmm.
And then that changed the importance. That moved the leading live events up above the joint venture activities.
Okay.
It's just like it's prioritize. What it's really doing by weighting, it's actually prioritizing these criteria.
Yeah. So it almost seems like that makes more sense to do it that way than to weight them all equally the same.
Yeah. Yeah, some people get tripped up with the weighting, so that's why I give both options. This is my tool. It's like my tool that I use with clients when I'm working with them. So we're usually doing this together. Like, okay, let's play with the numbers and let's move them around. So, yeah, and some people will say, oh, the weighting just blows my mind. Let's just do it the top way. And then others who are like me and wanting to be more precise, and it sounds like you and acknowledging that some of these criteria are more important than others. Yeah, we dig the weighting. It's like, yeah, I want to consider that.
Well, that's the thing that as I'm looking at that, are the numbers, like the decimals in the bottom one, are those times per week that I would do that, or what are the numbers? Well, I get the percentages, but what's like put business systems in place, 1.50? What does the 1.50 mean?
Well, it's a multiplication. Really what it's doing is taking that top. If you go to the top, it's taking, look at how would you say it? C1, column C, column C, row 25, that's a 10. So all it's doing, if you go down to C35 and click on that, it's taking that cell, which was C25, it's taking C25 and multiplying it by 15%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's just a multiplication. It's just downgrading that from a 10 down to a 1.5, 15%. Basically, that's what it's doing.
Okay.
You don't need to understand that, Christine.
Okay, good. Because I was going to write, okay, how do I write a note about that? Because, but yeah. I guess I do think the percentage does help me because I'm very visual and I'm pretty good at big picture. It's the driving in those really focused in detail parts that this has kind of helped filling that out for me a lot.
Yeah, the only number you need to change if you want to use the weight is the weighting variables that are in red. All the other numbers calculate on their own. Below the weighting variables, they calculate on their own.
You mean the percentages?
The only thing you need to change is the percentages. So are you in the spreadsheet now?
No,
let me share it. Let me bring it up.
I'm just looking at the printout that I printed.
Okay. So the spreadsheet's up. Okay, so let me show you here. Like this is what I'm talking about. For this bottom part of the spreadsheet, this. The only thing you need to change is this. So it used to be 15. You see how that number changed?
Yep.
I'm going to change it to 20. And I'm going to change this one. I already changed. This used to be 25. I already changed it to 20. You want it to add up to 100.
Okay.
But I could change, anything. Like say I want to change this one to 10. It's changing the numbers.
And those numbers with the decimals below, that's the amount of time allotted for each activity? Or
no, it has nothing to do with time. It's just scaling it.
Okay. So I don't really need to pay attention to that.
Nope. The only thing you need to pay attention to is this right here. The total assessment and the priority. Now, you have to manually do the priority numbers. It doesn't automatically calculate that.
Okay, I have to do.
Let me take this out. I'll show you.
Okay.
Okay, so the spreadsheet itself, let me move it down just so I'm not showing the other yellow. When you do the spreadsheet, it's going to look like this.
Okay.
And it's not going to have this in. So looking at the numbers, you're looking at the highest number. The highest number is the number one priority. The second number. So this is 2, actually. We have a tie there. Then we have a 3. Then we have a 4, and then we have a 5. Now, what I would do then is, if I were working, say, with you individually, we'd take a look at this and say, okay, we have 2 number 2s here. Which is higher priority? Joint venture or live events. And you might have a person say, well, I'd rather do the live events,
Mm-hmm.
than the joint venture. So let me just shift this around. So you got to play with this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Is
Now,
this something that when we download, it would be something that I can just go in and change and put my own information in on these forms and then just have that form to keep reusing?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's
Just know
awesome.
that, you have to change. Like Sue did the same thing. She did the priority. She said, well, how do I get it to prioritize? And she felt silly that I'm like, well, actually the yellow bars were just to illustrate. You have to take those out. The spreadsheet won't automatically put those in, and it won't automatically prioritize. That's a very complicated formula for me to figure out. I'm sure it can be easily figured out if I spend 20 minutes figuring out how to get it to automatically calculate these priority numbers, but I just didn't go that far.
Yeah, it's easy enough.
I'm usually working with someone and it's like, okay, this is your number 1 priority, so this is what we do, just to stay focused on it. And did it do that? Yeah. And then this ends up being the number 2.
That is so helpful. I didn't have really much of any of this stuff in place, and I had gone to SCORE early on in my business, and honestly, I think it would be this is much more helpful for me now than that was then, because I didn't know enough about what I was doing in my business yet for it to really make sense for me. I was just sort of guessing at stuff. This feels more like I can compare it to what I've been doing, what's been working, what's not working, where I want to go in a much more clear way. So it makes a lot more sense to me than that did back then. So I really appreciate this, because this is some of the stuff that I did not have in place.
Yeah, and this is stuff that I created, so you're not going to find this anywhere else.
Well, I can see the value because I've really kind of been going on feel a lot. I knew my numbers, how much I made. I know I made more than double what I made last year. So I have to celebrate that, even though I have a long way to go. But I definitely did better this year, but this really helps me stay more focused on what to say no to. You know what I mean? Like you said, you can get buried in the day-to-day, and this will help, I think, keep me more focused on, and I have realized a lot this year as far as, what's working and what I need to do more of and deeper in, and what I need to let go of. So I think just having these, as I'm a visual person, so having some visuals too to support that I think this was tremendous for me. So thank you so much. And I again apologize for all of my glitches.
No problem. Well, I'm glad it was worth the $97.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I honestly, I think you need to do more than that.
Yeah, I know.
But I appreciate right now, given my situation, I appreciate this very much.
Yeah. Well, I usually don't offer this work anymore except to my clients. And being that you were part of the virtual business salon, that's why I made the offer to people to participate at, this strategic work, this is all part of the strategic work. And like I mentioned, when I work with someone, on a day basis, I'm charging at least $4,000 for this work. And this isn't all the work we do. It's just a piece of it.
Yeah.
And you heard Patty, and yeah, she's my sister, but I think
fun.
A testimony that she even works with me, considering I'm family. So,
yeah, absolutely.
It made a difference.
My sister too.
Yeah. Well, last year at this time, I was really worried about her because she was so stressed out, and that doesn't mean her stress is totally gone, but It's a lot. She's a lot better than she was a year ago. Her
I
business,
believe it.
yeah, her business has grown, and they have close to a $4 million company at this point. So,
Oh,
her business has grown, and she's hired people, and she's putting systems in place, and she has a plan that she's working toward. Part of what we covered today is all part of that. So,
that's awesome.
yeah, so it does make a difference. It really does.
It really does, and for me, I'm a big picture person. I am a good visioning person. Sometimes it's getting lost in that day to day. That's where I get tripped up. I get lost in the day to day. I've got a gazillion emails, and then you get the bright shiny object thing that says, "Oh, this says I should be doing that too. Now I need to learn that," and then get
Right.
pulled off
Right.
keeping things going. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really, really good.
Yeah, it's real
You're
important.
excellent.
Thank you. And Christine, I'm just going to put this out there because, we're talking and we talked last week. I don't know, I think you were online, but you may want to consider maybe doing a little bit of work together, one-on-one.
Yeah, I would love to. My problem right now, and I think we were talking about this before, is that it's slow time right now, and we are majorly crunched at the moment after all of my profit this year going toward supporting my sister and her family.
Oh, yeah.
It
Right.
just got eaten up, and now it's like we're stressed because it's Christmas, we have little kids, and it's like, oh my gosh, we're glad we were able to do that, but now we're in a bind because the cushion we would have had isn't there now.
It's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, and it happened, they moved out right when Tom's big busy season ended. And so he does landscaping. So it all sort of came crashing at once. And that, it's frustrating, but at the same time, we keep reminding ourselves, but we're glad we were in a position to be able to help them. It's just that, unfortunately, now, instead of having any kind of breathing room, we don't have breathing room right now. And so that part's frustrating because this is exactly what I need. I mean, this is exactly just the foundational piece. And I try not to beat myself up too much because I feel like had I really known this earlier on, it would have helped me quicker. But at the same time, sometimes I think we kind of all have to find our way to that. And I've learned a lot in the way that I've gone about it, even though I've made mistakes and I've done things, out of order probably. But right now I see that this would add tremendous value where I am because, I more than doubled my income this year, but I want to do that again in 2015. I want to double it up again, at least double it up, if not more. And just keep doing that.
Yeah,
but right now, money is a problem for me at the moment.
Yeah, well, you still might want to take a look at it just because if it would be something that you'd want to do, we could work something out. But the other piece is, we do work on signature system and this particular program that I have. It's like a half day. So you just might want to still check it out. And if it's something that you want to do, then, we can work something out. So.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
I appreciate that. Well, thank you. Yeah, I will check it out. And the link is going to be in the Facebook, right?
I'll post it on the Facebook page.
Okay. So that virtual salon and this retreat are all on that same page? Everything is there?
Yeah, all the materials for this program are in the Files tab in the Salon. So you would look, let me tell you exactly where it is. If you go on the Salon main page, which is where then click on the Files tab.
Yep.
And I uploaded some documents today during our work, but if you look down, you'll see the third thing down says Business Plan Intensive Resources.
Okay.
Go in there, click on that. There's a number of documents for today's program.
Okay.
And the opportunity filter template and price your program for profit. I added those today while we were on the call, but I will also add them to the business plan intensive resources. just so there are multiple places for people so they can find.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I gotta go.
Yeah, no, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for taking the extra time just to explain that. And I really appreciate it. It was fun. You're excellent. And thank you so, so much.
You're
Make me
welcome.
much more prepared to take it to the next level again. So I will be in touch after I look that over.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.